bowlers not advancing to match play, your checks will be ready no later than 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. Match play checks will be awarded immediately following each match to those failing to advance. Reserved for bowlers and tournament officials only. Bowlers, we ask that you keep all scorecards on the very back table so we can collect scores and report them as quick as possible. Feel free to pick your favorite bowlers, cheer them on. Bowlers, your next ball counts. Please remember, no more than 2 lane courtesy on either side. Good luck and good bowling.
Morning.
How are you?
Okay, how you doing?
Good.
Is this on Bold TV,
On Bold
YouTube?
Stream. Yes,
Bold
Bold
Stream?
Stream. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
It's been a while.
I know.
Yeah, I was so tough. With no more school bowling, we don't get out that much anymore. But when we came in, I said, "George, that looks like the announcer from the school leagues." He said, "You sure?" I said, "Yeah." And then I was like, "No, I better pump my brakes." And then when Jordan came over and told me it was
Because
you.
we were talking, I asked about it. I said, how were your parents? He said, "Oh, they're right here." And then I was like, "Oh, this was
Hey, we haven't skipped a beat.
nice." Well, that's good.
And
And he seems to be doing well.
yeah, he moved to Indianapolis. I hate he had to find a job outside of Michigan where we live, but we're there all the time too. I only got one, so I told him wherever we go, I'll be there. But if it's anywhere in the snow, I'm not moving. If we move somewhere where it's no snow, I'll be relocated.
Okay.
But Indianapolis is just too much snow in Michigan.
Absolutely.
So I told him I could come visit. That'll be my 3 to 4 week getaway. Come stay with him for a couple of days and come back home.
Good.
Yeah, but he's doing well for himself, so I'm proud of him.
Yes, yes, he is.
So how's your little ones doing?
They're great.
Great.
3 and 2 now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is Cashers Round time. We've got Jordan Bryant, Graham Fa. On 37 and 38. Rick McCormick and, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Something switched. Oh, this is not what I thought it was. Or maybe it is. Let's see here. There we go. Matthew Rosowski and Daniel Farish. And then on 35 and 36, Brian Halen, David Nordhaus, Tyler Slayball, Brandon Coombs. Then 33 and 34, Kyle Troop, Brett Shepard, Nate Stubler, and Austin Kohler. Then to their left, Jerry Marsh, Chad Perry, Matthew Staniger, and Dan Higgins. How's everybody doing this morning? It's essentially the moving day. Yeah, last night was kind of it wasn't the official start of the tournament, obviously, but once we got to the 108 players and all the pins dropped, then it essentially was, yep, I think we're going to start the tournament. Nice shot by Brandon Coombs, and we had a lot of folks in the chat yesterday looking at Brandon. Big fan. I can tell you, folks, obviously this is the fresh, and some more surface 180 grip, some 220 out there, some 360. So that part, from a surface perspective, at least for the most part, hasn't changed. What also hasn't changed, it looks like, is the varying ways that players are trying to attack this Bradley pattern. That right there has been very popular. If you watch what Brian Halen just did, I mean, again, right in the middle of the lane, high rev, variable speed. Kyle Troop has kind of been in that area. I watched a lot of Nolan White do that yesterday. Daniel Farish. My man Chuck is in the back watching, as he always is. Mr. Farish, big double there for Daniel. Daniel thought he wasn't going to be in this cut. He finished at minus 75 when he left the building and thought there was just no way that he was going to have made the cut last night. The cut dropped 35 pins within the last 2 games. And that number ended up being minus 77. Or 70, 79, excuse me. I'm tripping. Minus 81. 81 was the number. No, it was 79. Let me drink this coffee in the morning. Let me get a sip of coffee. Minus 79 was the number, and that was Benji Martinez. And, of course, Daniel, 4 pins inside of that. So he said he's going to, you know, take all the risks today in the world. Obviously, he's got nothing to lose. The worst he could do is finish 40th. We had the tournament director in, Jason Utchwald, last night, and he made a couple of points in regards to people who have made, you know, big jumps in the cashier's round. I forgot who he mentioned, but he did say he watched someone go from 40th to 8th, I think, and then someone who went like maybe 24th, 25th into first. And I think that was Tony Lambert, that last example. So we've seen the gutter in play. We've seen people playing 20, but right up 20, like 17, 18, 19. We've seen people getting left and kind of angling a little bit, like the slow fallback shot. Graham Fa has been excellent, and he walked in this morning with the lead at plus 153. Good morning to my man Kimani. I see Ryan, I see Pugman, I see Steve, Chris, Daniel, Scooby, Tyson. John is here. Been some great viewership, and very much thank you. And really, Jason Utchwald thanks you for your support of this great event. Big thanks to the sponsors: Motiv, QubicaAMF, Classic Products, CTD, High Five Gear, and 7 Leaf. Pretty good stuff here by Jordan Bryant on 37 and 38. My man Jeff, the customary 6-miler, Jeff. I tell you what, Jeff, one day I'm going to come down to Nashville. If it's on a Sunday morning, if I'm there, that means I'm probably bowling, or working. I'm going to join you on that 6-miler. Now, if it's a walk, I might be able to do it. I don't know if it's a, you like to jog and run still. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Jeff Mann. If it's the Jeff Mann that I'm thinking of. Nice bowling on, I know it didn't go the way you wanted, but it was good to see you back out there. You're probably out there all the time. I just don't see you, obviously, on a regular basis. Tough break there for Farish. Good spare. You need those. Nice pick by David Nordhaus. Saw him getting his surfaces together this morning, along with Brandon Coombs. sponsors certainly happy to see one of their own, Brian Halen, in the top 40. That is the one thing that I mentioned this yesterday, but throughout this time that I've watched all this bowling this weekend, it is difficult. And I don't know if, I'm sure the pattern maybe has something to do with it. It could be an executive characteristic, but breaking down splits have been very difficult to do. You see David Nordhaus just getting the ball to kind of wheel off the gutter. If you watched J.R. Raymond yesterday, he was basically going right to left on the gutter. And a 4-9 there for Bryant. Let's see what Kyle Troop is doing. See how he's playing them. Kyle came in, throw out, ready to go. That means to me it's winning time. That's like the equivalent to the Tiger Red on Sundays. Brett Shepard over there, Austin Kohler, see Jerry Mars. Chad Perry, Matthew Staniger are part of this group also. Farish just left a 2-5. This is Kohler. And there you see what Austin's doing. A couple of splits, early struggles, but I don't see a lot of surface on the equipment that he's using. And you see where he's playing. So again, a little bit of a mixed bag on how to attack this thing. Again, the number to reach today is 8. You want to be in the top 8 to advance to this afternoon's best 2 out of 3 match play bracket finals. The number coming in, Kim Bowleby at plus 35. Kyle Troop was 7th at plus 44. Keith Schooler is 6th at plus 53. Brett Shepard is 5th at plus 56. Cam Crow is 4th at plus 74. Matthew Zweig is 3rd at plus 86. Mitch Beasley is 2nd at plus 102. Graham Fa is 1st at plus 153. Tom Doherty enters this morning in 9th place at plus 31. Jerry Mars is 10th at plus 25. J.R. Raymond is 11th at plus 16. I would circle J.R. Raymond, because if he's got a decent enough look on the gutter, he can get to the top 8 and certainly win 2 games a couple of times and win this thing. Watch for Dan Higgins. He's 12th at plus 15. If Nate Stubler can get a look, he's 13th at plus 5. He's tied with Brandon Biondo. And the list goes on, man. Rick McCormick, Justin Knowles, Joe Grondin, Bailey Maverick, Jalen Mosley. There are a ton of players still within reach of this top 8. Troop right here, 33, 34, the right side of your screen. Championship lanes are going to be, I believe they are going to be on 35 and 36 if we keep the same lanes in use that we've used for each bracket we've had so far this weekend. Brett Shepard told me a story that he got one off the left yesterday. think you said he was on 31. Oh, that was a really good shot. I mentioned this before, but I've always enjoyed watching Brett bowl. His release to me is just pure. And Graham File on a double. We'll take back or take a look back at what's going on over there. You'll see Matthew Staniger now stepping up left side. He's got a spare to deal with, 2-8. Again, the 6 games that these players bowled last night have carried over. The qualifying totals did not carry over. So all pins dropped as we got to the advancers round last night. The standings have been posted on the Bowlstream TV Facebook page. It's where I've been posting them throughout the weekend. I know some have said they haven't or don't have Facebook, and that's certainly understandable. And if it wasn't me posting, the Bradley Open tournament page will also be posting standings on their own Facebook page as well. So I'll keep you updated as best as possible. I'll write in the top 8 today, right there in the chat, so those who do not have Facebook will still have access to know what is happening visually. One more look here at Troop at the moment, but he is clean through 7. And that's where Kyle has been. He's been in the middle of the lane. His strategy has not changed, but hey, that's a good miss. Chad Perry's having himself a really good day also yesterday. All right, let's take a quick look back at let's see Stubler first. We'll watch Stubler. The lefties have been those who have advanced certainly solid. Stubler, one of those lefties. Again, Graham Fa leading the tournament at the moment. And a quick convo with Nate talking about the learning curve, the PBA tour, excuse me. And well, what he and many other players in it feels like there is a really strong, talented, skilled group of young competitors on the PBA tour out chasing it this season, which is fantastic, right? It's everything you would want. At least in my opinion, as a someone who covers bowling in this from this medium, as a bowling fan, seeing that next generation really give the tour a try, but it is extremely competitive. I think probably if you've been following along, you've seen many stories and firsthand experiences and accounts on PTQs and such. But I mean, the game's actually really in a good place from that aspect, and I'm just talking about the young players chasing the tour and giving themselves a chance, taking the risks and the opportunities to learn to be successful professionals. That's from that perspective. Everything else, I'm sure, can be debated. Pretty nice field. That's 21 degrees Celsius. Where are you located? Yeah, I don't know the temperature. Well, let's see. Let's check the forecast for today. As Ferris looks to get a 6-pin here. Best he can do is 182 to start. Looking down, not seeing anything that's kind of wowing, but that's also to be slightly expected. Now, J.R. Raymond went 266 game 1 of the advancers round last night. I don't really see anyone in that category. Maybe with the exception of Jalen Mosley. Look out. Jalen Mosley. He's going 4-bagger, 9 spare, strike, 9 spare. He's in the 8th frame. Right of your screen, that's his ball tracking. And he wraps a 10. Carlos Granados made a nice push to get into the number last night. Ended up in 36. There is one woman who advanced. That is Brianna Klimmer, PWBA champion, current grad assistant at Pikeville, former McKendree All-American and national champ. All change there for Daniel. Kyle Troop, big double. So he has set himself up wonderfully for the 10th frame. He's got a chance at 246. With a spare here, Graham should be in the 2-0s. Good count. That was a little close. Tyler will get to 200 even. Halen can strike to get to 209. $179 still out there for Matthew. See if Brian will try something here on the fill. Maybe a different ball, but did not like his placement on that one. Good shot. That's Dan Higgins. Everyone at this point in the tournament, folks, will receive a check. I will get the prize fund and tell you how that's going to be divvied up. Tenth frame here, Shepard. You see David Stouffer left side of your screen. And he was the runner-up last year to A.J. Rice. And Stouffer made a run last night. Shot 229 in the final game to get to 24th place. Nordhaus finishes at 159. All right, so nothing jumping out again, but we'll keep an eye on Jalen Mosley. He did miss that 10 pin, unfortunately, so his max now is 230. Jordan Bryant, 189 off camera. The young architect. If you need a house built in the future, Jordan Bryant's going to be your person. Troop. Oh, whoa. It was an opportunity for a messenger, but nothing doing. Kimani Smith, the principal. We got any other principals in the chat this morning? Not only is he a principal, folks, he's also like, he is a rapper. So he's got positive messages for the good young people of our generation, while he helps to mentor those young people as a principal. Good stuff. I watched him during the very good college years where he did some cool stuff. 224 for Troop. And just like that, game one is in the books in this area. Still got a couple of pairs finishing up. The other player I wanted to talk about, and we haven't seen him yet though, but Mitch Beasley was really good yesterday, all day. Qualifying last night, and he came into today at plus 102. Mitch has been working his way back. Injury, he said he's not yet 100%, but he's close. Jerry Mars will get us started here at 37-38, game two. Just for planning purposes, and Jerry didn't want to see that in frame one. Planning purposes, right now we have the, I think the schedule lists the finals at around 1 p.m., give or take. So I'll keep an eye on that as we get closer, of course, to the end of this cashers round. So they'll have a better idea on when the finals will begin. And then I'll make any adjustments and certainly let you know what time officially that's going to happen. The quietness as bowlers move lanes, move pairs. To your right, Jalen Mosley. That's his ball track. And Jalen got to 215. An interesting game one. There's a good one from Chad Perry. He's another player who around the gutter all day, or at least from what I saw, I should say, last night. The intense David Stouffer joining us next here on 35 and 36. Tom Doherty now on 33 and 34, along with Cody Shoemaker. Parker Spencer next door on 31 and 32 with Kim Bolaby, Brandon Biondo, and JT Cherpesky. It's Tom Doherty, Mitch Beasley, Bailey Maverick, and Cody Shoemaker. Good cross there to start. Knowles. Justin Knowles, Carlos Granados, again, David Stouffer, and R.J. Kern. Oh, well, you just got to take that one, Jerry. To make up for the A-10. It's a make-up call from the refs. They missed one. Mr. Hello Vu did not make it. Daniel, that's really, really good info. I hope Holiday Inn is sponsoring you in some fashion. That's what I need, a hotel chain sponsor. Anybody got any connects? More than happy to put a hotel chain on live streams to promote their brands in exchange for free rooms, and I still get points and maybe some monetary value. A little bit of a different strategy today for David Stouffer. He is further right today. All of yesterday, he was somewhere around anywhere from like 13, 14 to 16. Trying to just keep it online, use his ball speed to his advantage. And he's now moved out. That was about 5-6. That's a good break. Stouffer was thinking that was one. Early double for Cody Shoemaker to our left. Let's watch Granados here on the RPI a couple years ago. Little loft. Okay. Shadow, there's no info on the oil pattern. It is simply just the Bradley pattern. The tournament directors and the staff have not and will not release any info on the pattern. They don't even give it out to other, let's say, other tournament directors that they work with to help run winner spots for this tournament. They don't even do that. But the players know every year what the challenge is going to be. And if you're new, which there were several new players who bowled this event this year, many of whom have made Cash's round, like Cam Crow, for example. But you hear the stories and you kind of know what to do. Just make sure you bring enough, in some cases, sandpaper, screen, and or certainly some Abralon, True Grit, whatever you like to bring. Good shot there by RJ. I mentioned Mitch Beasley earlier. Let's take a quick look at Mitch here. Early game 2, 31 through 34. Mitch Beasley on the right of your screen. Mitch is also back up to 15 pounds. After getting back at it with starting at 13 as he was making his way back from or recovering from injury. A good start for a few players on 31 and 32, as you can see. Certainly not, it's too early for make or break, but it's never too early to put up 3 and 4 backers in this tournament. The 2020 winner, Kim Bolaby, again was 8th coming into today. I think he, what did he shoot last night? He shot 144 on the end after what was a really good block. 215, 229, 209, 191, 247, 144. And if that block is just a little bit different, he's in the top 3, maybe even leading walking into today. But you'll take that position, still plus, with 6 more games, of course, to go. Now 5 at this point. Trent Mitchell, that was a good question. Trent finished 46th and ended up missing it just by 8 pins. You know, just catching up here and watching this chat or reading it. Daniel, I mean, I like what you just said there, just in regards to, see the two-handed bowling discussion. It's cool that you have kind of come around to it. And some people haven't, and that's, everything's fine in either way, whatever way you choose to look at it. But it you know, it's definitely not going away. Like, in fact, it's been around now for like more than 20 years. Most people just didn't know it was happening. In fact, it probably even goes back 30 years, 40. Thinking about Chuck Land. I think he was the first or the second on tour. Curious if there's any players you guys are interested to kind of keep an eye on during this round. Who you rooting for? Who's your fan favorite out there watching? Now, only Colt Seaberg can make a joke like that. You got to be careful now, Colt. You know, Mike is now a celebrity. We can't just call him Blues Clues anymore. Had some really good good answers and some good engagement here. Get you back to 35 through 38 here in a moment. Chad Perry is off to a solid start. Seen a little bit more loft this morning too, especially those trying to play a little further right. Something's telling me some people are really trying to miss the little early hook spot that quickly develops with so much surface out there. Our first look at a new standing sheet. All right, Graham Fa now at plus 158 after shooting 205. Matt Zweig has jumped from third to second. He is plus 115. Mitch Beasley is now third at plus 78. Kyle Troop has gone from seventh to fourth. He's plus 68. Keith Schooler, fifth now at plus 32. He moved up a spot. Kim Bolaby has gone from eighth to sixth. He's at plus 31. J.R. Raymond is now seventh at plus 19. Jerry Marge is currently eighth. At plus 15, and right now ninth. Tom Doherty still remains in that spot, but he is now tied with Brett Shepard at plus 14. Justin Knowles plus 12, he's 11th. Jalen Mosley is 12th at plus 4. David Stoford 13th at plus 1. Nearly made it. All right, so let me type those in for you, and then I will post them into the, or on the Boldstream TV Facebook page. Again, these are scores now after 7 games. The first 6 from last night's advancers round. The next 6, of course, will come this morning from the cashers round. Interesting leave by Bailey Maverick. I'm going to take you there briefly to see if he can make this. First, we'll watch Dan Higgins, the Eagle winner. One, 2, 4, 6, 7, 10, Maverick. J.R. Raymond will be well, I don't have a sheet that lists all of the lanes the players will head to, still with a variable skip, but with the amount of lanes in play, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 pairs in play. So yes, we will see him at some point. Nice spare by Higgins. Well, are you talking about me? I'm dropping scores in. Tim, I'm going to post them on the Boldstream TV Facebook page in just a moment. But here are scores again after 7 games. Again, 8th will get you to match play and have a chance at 12,500 today. And let's get you 9th, just so you can see. And again, right now there's a tie for 9th. There you go. And now to post. There's some potential opportunities to finish some big games over on 33 and 34. That's spared by Renatos. This group here, someone mentioned the red circles. Yes, there are a few. Actually, there are a few across the house, though. I saw your note too, Jeremy Thomas. Might see a little bit of Jeremy. If Chris Hester has some time today, he might stop by as well. There needs some work to be done, but Higgy can make something happen. Chad Perry can make something happen. Doubles are necessary. There's a double. Higgins, again, right next to the ball return. I feel like Cody Shoemaker was right there as well to the left. And Shoemaker, boy, he threw a good one. You saw that wrapped in on the left side of your screen. Renatos has moved in, and look at that. That ball just, he instantly start to see it and read before the arrows. To me, that's been one of the other challenging items is kind of combating all of the surface and these varying spots on the lane where a lot of players have either began, of course, during practice, et cetera, and so forth. So there's been a ton of surface in the middle of the lane. There's been a ton of surface near the gutter. For some righties, there's been surface lay-down points around 25. And then obviously you've got multiple lefties in the field. So trying to work your way around all these hook spots on the lane has been troublesome. There's a good shot And that's a 3-bagger. Jerry Mars currently 8th. One more would put him in the 190s. Parker Spencer, his reaction said it all. Wraps a 10-pin down on 31 and 32. It's a little slow to develop so far this morning. You also got to take into account now the amount of times that the pattern has been laid down. There is Stouffer getting some Messenger love on the 10-pin. Huge, huge shot there for Jerry Mars. That's going to put him in the 190s. Colt, I saw your notes. Are you talking about side action or the actual bracket this afternoon? They'll take it. Oh, I know there's been plenty of side brackets, jackpots, etc. So yeah, it's just not the actual, just the tournament, I should say, itself. Plenty of bracket play for those who indulge. Oh wow! Did you see what Cody Shoemaker just left? I mean, good gracious. Now, right now, Chad Perry is sitting in 34th place. He's got, on paper, a relatively long way to go. He's 89 pins back of the 8th spot at the moment. But in this event, 230 is like shooting 280. If he can put another one down here, he's probably going to gain, I would add minimum 5 spots at minimum. And I think that's being nice, especially with the scoring pace as it is currently. Oof. Gosh. Mitch Beasley can potentially maybe hop into the lead. It's 10:16 a.m. folks, Eastern time. We got a nice viewership offering here this morning. Thank you so much. Again, shout out to Jason Utchwald, the entire tournament staff there, Doug, the entire Utchwald family for all that they do for the event, and certainly those who work here at Executive, as Beasley now with 5 in a row. Motiv, QubicaAMF, Classic, CTD creating the difference, High Five Gear, and 7 Leaf, all sponsors of the Bradley Open. I tell you, Cody's thrown a lot of shots like that, and you can see the amount of 9 counts that have been the result. Hello, Arkansas. Appreciate y'all tuning in, though. Hit the thumbs up if you wouldn't mind. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. The Bowl Stream TV. Turn those notifications on. I know I woke some people up and have been, which is the point. You gotta wake up, man. It's time to get this paper. But the great audience this week. We're now at 6,100 subs. Yes, it is, Jeff. And listen, I admire anybody who's gotten up for bowling this weekend. And you're not even bowling. You're watching. I appreciate it. Jason appreciates it. Brandy Biondo got a nice break. Never know how that might come in handy. That's an even better break of what was a 2-7-10 potentially for David Stouffer off camera. TD takes care of the spare. Again, Tom hanging around in 9th. Nashville always seems like a popular location for those who enjoy bowling. I see a lot of players always watch from Nashville. Ocean Isle Beach. Now that sounds very enticing. I'm all about waking up on Ocean Isle Beach and watching bowling. Well, nothing lost there for TD. 200 even. So he is going to remain at plus 14. Justin Knowles just left a 7-pin, I'm sorry, 10-pin. Just to the right of your screen. He can only get to 191. Knowles is 11th at plus 12. And is going to lose some sticks. Big opportunity here for Mitch. Working on a 5-bagger. It's a hair light, 2-4. Bailey Maverick struggling this game. A couple of red circles. Had that very tough washout attempt in the 5th. It's easy to do. How the mountains treating you there, Big Mac? Thank you for your support this weekend. And again, though, you're really supporting the Bradley Open and Jason Utchwall. I will say that we've had plenty of conversations, and I know he is, as most tournament directors do, and are always looking to add more from a sponsorship perspective. So, every time you view it, the opportunity increases for Jason to add more money. And that's with anything that you watch. If you're watching a tournament on a live stream platform, or even TV, obviously, but the TDs are working really hard. Steve Mackey is a great example. That dude puts in the work 9 months out of the year to bring in the amount of money that he does for the New Mexico Open. He gives himself 3 months after the tournament in August, and then he goes right back to it. Stouffer just doubled. Got away with one, but David Stouffer, man, I'm telling you, that dude. I saw his intensity throughout. He had a really good match in the doubles shootout. It was he and his partner, Lee, against Cam Crow and Jarrell Morris. Yesterday, hopefully he's good. Feel like he was trying not to make sure he caused any trouble to a knee. Had a brace on yesterday. No brace today, so hopefully that's good news. Intense Robbie, welcome. There's plenty of, I don't know if it's your first time watching bowling live streaming in general, but first, thank you for watching Bowlstream TV. I've got about, right now, what's looking like 8 or 9 events, and hopefully growing this season. Also do a lot of work with Bowl TV, and I will be out on the women's tour this summer, as I have for, man, a lot of years at this point. But thanks, Robbie, and again, appreciate the support of the tournament. We're just getting started too today. This is that slow moving, right? It's like any movie where you got to open up, right, and you got to get the storylines a little bit early, and then maybe sometimes there's this lull as the plot begins to expand and kind of see itself play out. And we're approaching that time. Because once we get to games 4 and 5, certainly, then it's about to get serious. Well, that's when we're going to see who this top 8 is going to be. And they'll be bowling this afternoon. Well, it took Carlos a long time, but he did a lot of fishing this game. Couple ball changes. Moving left and right on the lane, and throws a really good one on the fill for 153. Fill left here for Knowles. We will see J.R. Raymond. He will be on 35 and 36 next. 180 for Justin Knowles. Hannah, yes, Brandon is bowling. He actually started down here on 35 and 36 in game 1. He has moved down to 29 and 30. Oh, someone asked about PWBA players, or yes, Brianna Klimmer did advance to today's cashers round. She is the only woman to advance. She was not the only woman to compete, though. So I believe it was Brittany Turcutt. Justine Vukovic bowled. Brianna Andrews bowled. Both compete on the PWBA Tour. Yeah, Brittany Turcotte, I believe she won a winning spot actually on Thursday to get her spot into the tournament. All right, we've reached game 3. We've got Joe Grondin, who is, we were talking about players chasing it out there. Joe now out there. He actually made a show a couple weeks back. Former Wichita State grad. There's Zach Tackett. He's been out on tour for a minute. Benji Martinez is on tour. Actually, I don't know how much Benji gets to be out there now. He actually works for KR Strike Force. So he actually lives local in the Chicagoland area. And J.R. Raymond on 35 and 36. Oh, wow. Good break to start for Tackett. Then on 37 and 38 currently, Matt Zweig, Rick McCormick, Braden Fowler, and Sam Wooten. To our left, Brianna Klimmer, Keith Schooler, Cam Crow, and Jalen Mosley. They're on 33 and 34. And then 31 and 32. Graham Fa, Jordan Bryant, Daniel Farish, and Matthew Rosowski. Uh-oh. He's got the knockout bruiser in his hand. He's got an early double from the gutter. I'll get you a score update. I forgot who was asking about. JR's Matthew, I'll get you an update here in a sec. If you are just joining us from a score perspective, obviously everyone wants to know what the results are, where to find them. The easiest thing for me to help you all has just been to post them to the Bowlstream TV Facebook page when I get them from the staff. Because many of you have said, hey, I don't have Facebook for varying reasons. I'm just going to type the top 9 or 10 into the chat when we get it. And then that should cover all bases. Yes. Jordan Asburn, good morning, my man. Hope all is well. Hey, by the way, too, you know, been following the unfortunate situation with Delaware State. I know Sarah Lynn is on the team and was involved. So she posted that she seems to be doing better. But still prayers out to Delaware State. I know it sounds like some players longer roads of recovery than others, but either way, I know that's a parent's worst nightmare. So you got my thoughts and prayers, my friend. Zach Tackett shot 230 in game 2. Joe Grondin shot 243 in game 2. Tackett's minus 40 overall. J.R. Raymond is now plus 3. He shot 184. Benji struggling so far early. JR has been, yeah, I look at JR and I feel like, man, I forgot he's, you know, we bowled college around the same time. In fact, I think he won Rookie of the Year one of those years, if I'm not mistaken. National championships with Saginaw Valley State. I think he was on tour full-time at one point in his career, back-to-back a little bit. Back out there to a degree, regionals, et cetera, and so forth. Yes, he does have a YouTube channel. In fact, he has been filming himself, and I'm sure for his YouTube channel later. So be on the lookout for what he will be dialing up here soon. Man, I mean, it's so minute, man. It is minute to the amount that maybe he missed, and I don't think he didn't even look like he missed. But there was just this little extra hang. And it kept pushing just a touch longer, and it results in that. Similar situation there with Matt Zweig. It's a good 3. You see Joe Grondin, probably about 3 boards left of where Raymond's laydown point is. He shot 266 to open up the advancers round last night on 37 and 38, doing what he's doing now. He had a knockout bruiser with at 360 grit. There's a good one from Benji. Remember seeing Benji kind of pop up a little bit, making the Players Championship show. I think it was 2021. Back when the format went to kind of regions, and they had shows for each region. I just threw out a question. I'm very curious, A, to see how it works. The Q&A portion on YouTube. You guys let me know if you can see it actually in the chat. Maybe it appears at the top. And we do have standings. The cut number still is plus 14, and that's Tom Doherty, who you saw shoot 200. So he remains even and actually gains one spot in the standings. Graham Foss still in the lead at plus 149. And again, a similar situation, just to think about it, right? These pins aren't going to carry over to the top 8. So whoever ends up leading, it's a fantastic accomplishment. But the format changes when you get to the bracket. It's best 2 out of 3. So it's all about, not even really about seeds at that point as well. It's just get to the top 8. And then the next part of the tournament starts. But Graham is leading at plus 149. Mitch Beasley second at plus 114. Kyle Troop is third at plus 93. Matt Zweig fourth at plus 91. And Bolaby fifth at plus 24. David Stouffer sixth at plus 23. Keith Schooler seventh at plus 15. Tom Doherty, as mentioned, eighth at plus 14. Joe Grondin with 243 in game 8. Which was, of course, game 2 here this morning. Now in 9th at plus 13. Jerry Mars, that 195. Again, dropped into plus 10, but it's really, he would have just dropped one spot if not for Grondin's 240 game. And J.R. Raymond is 11th at plus 3. Brett Shepard, 12th at plus 2. And Cody Shoemaker is even in 13th place. All right, scores after 8 games coming your way. For those who want to be able to view it in that manner. If anything looks off, by the way, just let me know. Again, there are 13 people right now, even or plus. Pugman, that is correct. The top 8 will advance after the 6 games this morning. It's really their 12 game totals, 6 games from last night, 6 games this morning, that will ultimately determine the top 8. Just combining the totals, but they are 2 different rounds. Oh, Joe. Nice shot there by Sam. But he's bowled really well this weekend. Last year, he was kind of in the number. And there were some varying rules at that point that ultimately dropped him out. Cam Crow trying to make a run. Yeah, I think, yeah, Lisa, Mike, you're right. Not really a pattern. It's just the Bradley. Attack it. Over to Cam. All right, Cam's got 3 in a row. It went front 3, washout, spare, and now another 3-bagger. Jalen Mosley clean. He's got himself a 3-bagger too. About to enter your screen right now. This is Keith Schooler. Oof. Keith's still bowling in his quarter zip. I guess it was a little chilly. And J.R. Raymond just went S4 next door. The shot didn't look bad at all. A 4 through the middle. I would look forward to seeing if this shot ends up as a part of his next video. I'm checking to see if he was going to give this a run. So some tough splits here. Big shot coming up here for Cam Crow. Right now, Cam overall at -13. Uh-oh. There's Brianna Klimmer. Want to see what Jill Grondin is about to do. Again, Grondin is on the climb. That's Jordan Bryant. Good break there for Jordan. That is the best Brooklyn money can buy right there. All right, the Game 8 scores are posted on Bowlstream TV. So if you want to see the Facebook page, I'm sorry, Bowlstream TV Facebook page. If you would like to see the full standings, you can go visit that. We are up to a nice little number here. Good morning to all of you. My name is Emil Williams Jr. If you're just joining us for the first time, this is the cashers round of the 2023 Bradley Open. One of the tough tests, if you will, in bowling. Tough lane condition, plenty of oil, on pattern. Or, as we just said, not really a pattern. It's just a tournament. You just show up and bowl. Make sure you don't leave your low grit Aberlons and sandpaper at home. 12,500 for first place today. We've got 40 bowlers right now who advanced out of a field of 108. And that 108 made it to the advancers round. There were 2 qualifying rounds, really 3. A squad qualifying, they took the top 50. B squad qualifying, took the top 50 from that. And then there was a Desperado re-entry squad, 2 games. They took 8 players from that. They bowled 6 games last night. From those 108, players like Joe Grondin and company advanced here to the cashers round this morning. 40 bowlers looking to get to the top 8. Cam Crow. 10th frame. Bang. I see my guy DQ over there. He went to the two-handed release that he has in his back pocket. Trying to see if anything will give him a look. Another good shot off camera by Sam Wooten. Graham Fa there to your left. And yeah, Graham will be tough to beat. That's, yeah. Undoubtedly. This is to put Cam back in, potentially into the top 8. Little loft. Get out of there, 7. Tenth frame Raymond. Oh no. What a tough game. What a tough sport. What a tough condition. Pretty smart there. Crow just went right at the head pin. Take no chances on that fill and lose any significant count. 253 from Cam Crow. And in the 10th frame, Jalen Mosley leaves a 2-4-10. So a 247 down on 41 and 42. As I have not bowled this event, I would like to. Where I'm at in my bowling life. And J.R. Raymond did try something on the field. He made a ball change and then bucket. That's a hard fault 188. Like, that's working hard right there. Jeff, man, I like that name. That's nice. You're welcome, Savage. Thank you for watching this morning. Now hit the thumbs up if you wouldn't mind, and subscribe if you have not to Bowlstream TV. Plenty of events on the schedule, and I will be looking at adding varying ways to provide content. There's so many ways to do it. Joe Grondin trying to provide some content right now, though. Grondin used to have some loft in his game when he was in college, and he probably still has it in his toolbox. But watching him these last couple events on tour, and now seeing him back up close and in person, man, it's fun to see what he's been able to do. It's fun to see where his game is now, how it has matured. Again, had a top 4 finish a couple weeks ago on tour. Stepped out of that one, and he gets a good break. I think Kyle Troop just called him Sneaker Joe. Joe does bowl in what I call, you know, I'm from Chicago. We call them gym shoes where I'm from. Others refer to him as sneakers or tennis shoes. Specifically, I think Joe's rocking some KDs, and man, my respect level for him just went way up. I already liked him. Now I borderline love him because he's maybe wearing KDs. Now, if he tells me he's not wearing KDs, then I got to back it off. What a game. Grondin and Cam Crow, both 2 players outside of the number, although Joe Grondin was in 9th and just a pin back, but made, 2 250-plus games. Grondin 100% is moving into the top 8, and I'd have to believe that Cam Crow will be doing the same. Game 3 finishing up on 37 and 38. Bowling underway on 33 and 34. JP, good morning. Get some pads on the Concords. I feel you. Last 6 in a very well bowled game. And, you know, Grondin was probably, again, about 4 boards left, maybe 5. You know, JR was essentially on the gutter, right, going right to left. Grondin a little further left. But, you know, ball touch, nice spare by Sam. Man's been out here showing off this week. You want to get a check? and say, it's hard to get a check here. Forgot what the total number was, but I think ultimately there were 59 players in A squad. And then I think just either 80 or so. I think they were somewhere between 140 and 150. And I'll work with, I'll get the correct numbers from Jason. But he talked about it last night, and that number's a little bit down in recent years. Some players who have bowled in the past just weren't able to make it for some, for logistical reasons. But it actually, you know, with one loss, there actually was some gain, and there were several new players, first timers to bowl at the Bradley. Come on. All right, that's it. So now we're into the back half of this block. And this is where the plot begins to thicken. Graham Fa looks very relaxed. And why wouldn't he? He won the Kentucky Open, I understand, last summer. Jeffrey Mann just told us in the chat that there might be a future petition to name the central region of the PBA Regional Tour to Graham Central Station. Multi-time champion on tour, a major champion. And maybe he can add the Bradley Open champion to his long list of accomplishments. Zach was just on 35 and 36, I believe, right? Yeah, he was. I didn't get his final score. I know it wasn't 230. So at this point, I think we've just about seen every player roll through, I think. Although I haven't seen Parker Spencer just on 35 and 36 or 37, 38 exclusively yet. So that would mean, and he's been bowling with Brandon Biano, Kim Bowleby, and JT Trapesky. So right now I'm thinking this thing is going to come down to Jerry Mars, maybe Keith Schooler, J.R. Raymond. I'm going to say Brett Shepard, Cody Shoemaker, Justin Knowles. I think Cam Crow should be in the top 8 now. If he's not, he'll be 9th, for example. He's going to be in it. Oh, okay, so clearly Bass is somebody I know. Okay. Well, you don't have to give yourself away. Just send me a note. Send me a message and tell me who you are. If you don't want to give it away, that's totally all right. I'm gonna pass on bowling this though. Well, I mean, I do want to bowl, but I guess I should probably do it sooner rather than later. This body is not this is a true grind. Your body needs to be prepared for this kind of grind. Right, it could be base.
The only way to make yellow pants look good is if you put a green shirt with them.
Oh, Dennis, what's up, man? Okay, how you doing? We got to give a shout out to the Ferris family too. They took care of me this weekend. I appreciate them. You know, Scott, I was just watching him, come off the approach, and so I try very hard not to go to a place that sometimes you don't need to go, right, and overanalyze and like, hey, is he hurt? Is that kind of thing. But I do watch and pay attention. So it is something that, just to kind of monitor. I just talked about how this tournament is a grind on the body. Cam's got sectionals to compete in coming up with St. Ambrose. That did not sound good. Yep. Daniel will look back at this shot, listen to and watch this live stream, and he will just do Daniel-like things. And then he will laugh at me saying these things. This is also that point, right, where when someone who, like, no one's kind of paying attention to, right, because they're just kind of hanging around in the standings, goes off and shoots 250 and makes it real interesting. Oof. But that's a tough way to get one. I mean, obviously he's looking for 3 there. And if you do it the right way, right, you should probably get at least maybe 4, and maybe you make it. Hey, Scott. Good up to the Shaybergs. Spencer did not bowl. I tell you though, if he did bowl, he'd probably be right here in this top 40 and probably somewhere near the top 8 based on what I've seen from the left side. He's put together a very nice player of the year like season at Wichita State. But he isn't bowling. He did not bowl. Yeah, I don't know. I'm at this point, I'm looking at Cam and hoping he's just going to be good to get through. Keith Schooler is one I'm kind of circling right now. He was in 7th place after the first 2 games this morning at plus 15. Well, I would say he would have had a good blueprint on what to do. We were talking about this actually when we went off the air last night. Jason was just curious on the lefty righties. And now that I've seen everyone once, and there's some names that I didn't know last night. I think there are just, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 lefties who advanced to the top 40. I'm thinking 2 to 3 of those might be in the top 8. The vibe has definitely changed here. It's kind of like you're getting closer to that, just, you know, realizing, coming to the conclusion or the realization that maybe you don't have a chance. To some degree, Keith had just kind of trying to take the lane out of play. He's not slow rolling it, you know, off the gutter. He is right, but not off the gutter. You know, he's trying to kind of point it right at the head pin. Look out. Hey, man, what Joe Grondin is doing, he is about to ensure himself a spot. He has gone strike, spare, 3-bagger on 39 and 40. Cam missed a little left there, and that ball just hung on the twig. Clemmer. Sudden spare 5-bagger. Look out. if you've made it to this point in the tournament, in many ways, you've already won, right? Because only 40 people are getting checks, and those are the 40 people that are bowling right now. Like, you know that, but you know what you're bowling on when you come into this one. Like, you anticipate, like, no one's going to average 230 here. And if they do, I mean, it would just be one of those outlandish, remarkable performances. But everyone's goal is the same. Yeah, I'm just going to try to hit the head pin, maybe catch a double, triple. I'm going to make a lot of spares if I plan to advance in the tournament. And we'll see what happens, and maybe that's enough for the top 8. You get players like, you know, Graham Fa, obviously. Mitch Beasley has been very good. You know, Kyle Troop's one of the best players in the world. At the end of the day, the skill part will still be there, and it will still rise to the top. But then you look at a player whose skills are still improving, like on a shot-to-shot basis. And like Joe Grondin saying, I'm going to just go ahead and stamp myself a spot in the top 8. Yeah, not quite the Peterson, but it's got some Peterson vibes to it.
Right done. That would be it. Thank you so much.
This is probably the most common question that we've gotten during the live stream for those who may just be tuning in for the first time, as we welcome in Tournament Director Jason Utchwall back to the booth. Everything good this morning?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, not too bad. Having a little problems putting the earphones on here and seeing how they quickly flip over, but that'll tell you my brain's not completely started.
That's
this
okay,
morning.
man. It's, you know, we got one more round, right? 3 games left here,
Yeah.
or 2 at this point, really. We're just talking about the, well, right now the run that Joe Grondin is on.
Yeah.
After shooting 257 here in front of us, and then now strike spare 4-bagger. And of course, talking about the lane condition, trying to properly convey the difficulties. Well, people see the difficulties of it. But, you know, talking about if you bowl this tournament, you typically know, what you're getting into. It's not what you would see at any point, whether it's league, even for those who bowl on tour. This is not something it's not this drastic.
No, not at all. I mean, I think I'm commonly told by a lot of PBA players, whether it's national or regional or, you know, high-end players in general, is arguably one of the hardest patterns, conditions that they bowl on. So, I mean, that's the goal really for us. I mean, we're not, in that aspect for the event, for the tournament, we're not breaking the mold in that. It's always going to be longer, harder, higher volume. And so, yeah, you're right. They pretty much know what they're coming into. It's just what variation that they hit.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. The variation. Which tweak version will we get this year when we get to Louisville?
Yeah, I actually had a really good conversation with somebody, and they were like, well, you can't do much different to the shot. And I said, you'd be surprised. You know, we do change it every year. Every person that participates in this tournament, I don't care if you finish dead last or you're competing today to make a top 8. All of these players are quality players, you know, in their own right. So if you leave a pattern the same, and the same quality players come back, and especially the same people, and they have that look, then you're definitely giving them an unfair advantage, especially if they bowled well. So making changes, you know, this year the change that I made was slightly different than what I would normally do. I'd say it was more with the science part of it than it was with the structure of the pattern. Justin just ran us over the scores. The cut guy right now is David Stouffer at 1846. Jerry Mars 1847, Cody Shoemaker 1847, so a tie there currently. Matt Zweig 1865, Joseph Grondin 1870, Mitch Beasley 1909, Kyle Troop up to 1927 in second, and Graham Faw at 1977. Just outside of that is Cameron Crowe, who's made a quite significant comeback after game one with 1840, and Brett Shepard making his way back up the board with 1834. And from what I'm seeing over there for Brett on 31 and 32, he's gone front four, 9 spare, 3 in a row for a possible 279. I think something like that will bump him up the board significantly. So definitely a lot of people moving out there.
I was thinking Cam would have gotten into the top 8, but he's in 9th. I mentioned Joe Grondin was 100% going to be in the top 8.
Yeah.
After his 257.
Well, I mean, this is an amazing overall start. He's averaging 250 for the last two, 243, 257. And I think, isn't he B on 39?
Yeah, he can shoot 250 again.
Yeah, so he can average 250 for 3 of the first 4 games today. Cameron's still plugging along this game. Could easily go 2-0 here, 2-10. Matt Zweig's got a pretty good game going, 4 in a row, 9 open spare.
Cody Shoemaker was not in the top 8 in the previous game. He shot 247 to get him in there.
Yeah, I mean, and he's had a great start himself. I mean, 229, 208, 247 to start. Where is Cody at now? That did not help Cameron there. Big 4.
Cam, good question. Cam had he had a late start.
Yes.
Is the best way to describe it. He was a little tardy.
Yeah, I mean,
and unfortunately, you know, by the rules, he had to take a couple zeros. The fact that he's even in contention still is just a testament to how actually good he is.
Oh yeah, 100%.
As a bowler. But that's the reason where you look at the standings and you see the 116.
Yeah.
And you say, yeah, he missed 2 frames.
Yeah, I mean, and look, in reality, even if those 2 frames are back and he shoots 150, he's in the top 8.
So, like me and Jeremy Thomas were talking about, but in this event, every pin literally does count.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's, you know, that's always an awkward spot for a tournament director as well, you know, to make that type of call. And I can say that it's the first time I've ever had to deal with that. You know, I've had people show up late for practice and miss a couple minutes. I've never for this event had someone unfortunately miss a couple of frames. So, you know, it's tough. I mean, but he's bounced back really well from that 116, shooting 190, 250. And he's definitely put himself in a position to get back into that top 8.
He's going to have 2 full games left, and everyone else will.
Yep.
And I'm going to throw in Nate Stubler there because Nate is also plus. Just talking about Kim Bowlby, he is 12th now.
Yeah.
And he didn't even shoot bad, right? He shot 173, but everyone ahead of him, 214, 232, 253, 223, 237, 247, 257, 234, 228. Those are all the people in front of Kim Bowlby now, just in one game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I had some really good conversations with a lot of people this morning. You know, I like to get feedback in regards to their experience. A lot of first-time bowlers here this year as well. You know, and, you know, getting their feedback is really valuable to me, just to, you know, see what encouraged them to come out and what their thought was, or if their experience was what they expected. And the same thing was said over and over. You know, every pin makes a difference, and some spares that would be routine seem impossible. You know, and taking count on a split where sometimes people will just go for it. They don't do it. They just go for the count of the pins. So that hurt Brett Shepard a little bit. He'd gone front 4, 9 spare, 3 in a row, and then missed a single pin spare. But still on. He's on 216 in the 9th. Can at least go 240 there. Even at a minimum spare and count for 230, which is going to be a great game. Same with Joe Grondin over here as well. They've gone really well. Strike, spare, 4 in a row, spare, strike, but then split in the 9th. So got an easy 200 on the board, 220. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Brianna's got a good game going.
Yesterday you were mentioning you say you saw 2 people or 2 performances that you remember. Someone went from 40th to 1st, you said, right?
40th to 8th.
8th.
And 26th to 1st. Yeah, it was actually my first year being involved with the Bradley, which was, I think now 2013, I want to say. Excuse me. So, Tom Smallwood had won the year before, I think. It was when Tom had won. And the first year after is when I came in, and he'd come back to bowl. And we took 40 people to Sunday morning. And Tom jumped the board. He went from, Smallwood went from 40th to 8th. But just as impressively, Tony Lambert started that day in 26th. And jumped to 1st. You know, and those I can remember a lot of those matches like it was yesterday. I mean, it was just the fields are always high quality, but you know, some matches you remember a little bit more than others. You know, so you had Tom against Tony in the first round. And that was a hard fought match. And if I remember correctly, Tony had to double in the 10th to win a game, and he did that. Sebi Silvestri was bowling, and probably had one of the best looks of the weekend that year. And bowled Tony in the semis, and his look went away, and Tony just kept on driving. And then, you know, you had Lambert against Ronnie Sparks in the final. I mean, those 3 matches right there, most people would turn around and just turn up to watch individually, let alone making a run of them. So, big shot there for Cam, double in the 10th. Looks like he's on for at least 190. Shepard taps out that pin for 236.
They did make the 2 fours we saw. So Brett, who was 12th, now with 2 to go.
Yeah, he was what, 12 out? I think 12 out there.
Yep, 12 pins.
I mean, it's still super tight there. I mean, you're 1846 and 8th. I mean, you could easily go down.
Oof. What a break there for Cam.
You know, you think people that are 60 pins out are not out of it. Jalen's in 15th at 1780. He's 66 pins out currently.
Joe Grondin split in the 9th, went strike 8 out for 215. DQ gets to 200 even. That's Daniel Farish. At least on the left lane for Cam on 37. I think Cam was looking like, all right, I don't want to, throw pins away. And he almost got 6. But if he gets it going ever so slightly left, most of his misses were on the left lane.
Yeah.
So if it's starting left and trying to get right, nothing was doing. He had to get it going left to right early.
Yeah.
Which the majority of the time, at least from the left-handed perspective, I think the same has been true on the right side, especially if you're trying to play the gutter. Right to left and left to right has been it.
Did we see how many lefties we had?
I did look at that, and
If I was counting right, I think it was 5 or 6.
I think it was 6. I just had that.
I mean, quick count for me, I had Graham Fall,
Yeah.
Tyler Slayball, Cameron Crowe, Kim Ballaby.
Yeah, I had 6. After seeing everyone this morning and putting the right names to the right faces, 6.
Who were the other 2 I'm missing?
Justin Knowles.
Yeah, of course.
And Nate Stubler.
Okay, Nate would have been the one I would have been stuck on. I mean, percentage-wise, that doesn't work out bad either. Like I said, I get asked that question probably more than most. You know, we've heard it's mostly lefties. Well, I wouldn't say 6 out of 40 is mostly lefties. I don't think you get the true scope of it until you know exactly how many lefties bowled in the entire field of 150 plus, and then see proportionally of where they've advanced to. Excuse me.
I don't know if y'all heard him, but I saw Robbie ask about what Graham might have been throwing, and he said the Polaris Solid. All right, we'll move to game number 5, and starting to get there.
Yeah.
This is the ooh moment.
Yeah, I think everyone kind of like starts to slow down and hit the brakes halfway through this game. You know. What's up, Dan? Yeah, I think I was telling you last night, I was talking to Dan, and he told me through 3 games, he threw like 27 spares last night,
yeah.
and shot like 570, and you know, that's grinded it at 190.
Still guarantee you I had the best 5.7.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he was saying he had the best 570 last night, and I mean that's tough going. And then he laughed and joked and said that the next couple of games he had a couple of opens and goes 2-0, 220.
I'll be honest. If I had bowled this tournament in its current state, back when I was bowling in college, I would have been very confident on this type of condition because I was a very good spare shooter, and I found myself being able to kind of maneuver on heavier oil.
Yeah.
And not a high rev rate player by any stretch of the imagination, but kind of like what Chad Perry just did. Like, just slow your ball speed down. You're just trying to give it a little,
Yeah.
Point it a little bit. If I could leave something I could make, I was gonna make it. So I felt confident. Now this is like 2005 me. 2023 me. They'll need to put in a lot of work even just to make sure I kind of can keep the ball on target for 70% of the time.
We're a little bit older now.
Got that right. Older. There's some LBs that have been added.
Yeah. I've got a lot more of those than you do.
I was just talking. I was talking about this to the chat. Like, oh, nice, Nate Stubler. Oh, imagine that's just the one break that he gets that gets him to where he needs to get to, and that's the top 8. But the body, this event is taxing. I mean, just watching them, this regular bowling, quote unquote, right? They're going through what they normally do from a bowling perspective, but it's a little bit different. There's not a lot of strikes out there, so it's hard to keep that arm swing loose for this amount of time, knowing that you're just trying to hit a small item on the lanes, a very minute spot.
Yeah, I mean, most people look for a window, right? They've normally got a couple boards, especially in league conditions, which, I don't care what you want to call it, whether it's China or soft or, it's just walled up, whatever you want to call it, that's what they're designed to do. You're just going to create so much room. And this, you're hitting fractions of space, and if you're off slightly one way or the other, I mean, you could hit the 3-pin dead in the face. Heck, you could hit the 6-pin dead in the face because it just hasn't hit the right spot. And speed control and everything are so important in this. So, you let one off your hand where you've I guess, taught yourself, for lack of a better term, to be that way for the weekend, and you just push one, and it's gone. And it could make the difference between you shooting 240 and 185.
Absolutely. Shout out to my man, Jalen. Appreciate you always supporting. I hope you're not bowling us in league. No, that was a couple weeks ago. Of course, I missed it. Bowl well today. That's a young man who got to know a little bit, and just he watches live streams of bowling and bowling in general all the time, and just learning about him and then having these conversations that we have about bowling. Really wants to. He's absorbing all of this stuff.
Yeah, and
it's cool to. I enjoy talking to him. He knows that already.
I think it's really neat when you've got.
He'll probably shoot 870 today. at least.
I do think it's really neat when people absorb the knowledge of what they're either being taught or, what they're watching. I mean, you can pick up a lot of good traits from a lot of the people that you're watching here.
Like Kyle Troop. Someone mentioned his heavy roll, the forward roll, which I thought has always been one of the key differences between him and other, not only players, but other two-handed players.
Yes, it's fair.
Where he's able to stay, in some cases, maybe play him straighter a little bit longer than others.
Yeah, I mean, with his ball not moving as much right to left and being more forward, he can control that.
By the way, shout out to Chad Roberts, too. That was Jalen Balfour. Y'all should remember his name. Chad Roberts said, "What's up?" Matthew King said, "What's up?"
Appreciate both you guys. Hope to see you both back. I know Chad's been busy with a lot of stuff, and
Well, yeah.
yeah, new addition, and you know those things. Those
Busy
things
is
change things
an
up, right?
understatement.
Yeah.
It's funny because I'm still like in that life, like but not quite the newborn life anymore. That is a different world when you move out of the newborn stage. And
I know
Chad,
that.
you will get to that point.
I know that for a fact.
You're still in kind of there.
Right. Yeah. See, we kind of decided to start over there. You know, 19-year-old daughter in college and a 14-year-old, and then we have Finn in at 16 months. So, you know, that's like relearning all over. You know, when we had Sasha, you know, it's a lot of stuff that was different, and now you have all this extra stuff, and you're like, what the heck is this? You know, definitely changes life a lot. So,
Congrats, though, Chad. That is, it really is an amazing thing when that happens.
yeah, 100%.
We do re-oil for the finals, correct?
Yes, we do. Yeah. Again, I had someone ask me that as well. I mean, we had 1 year we didn't re-oil. We had one year, and it's not that it was necessarily a bad thing. It was just seeing something different. It's just not something I like. So yeah, we re-oil fresh, best 2 out of 3, all the way to the final.
Has the format for the finals has it always been the way that it is currently, or did someone decide at some point to give it a whirl? And there's another good break there for Kyle.
I don't know if anyone's done anything different before me,
Okay.
to be honest with you. For me, I've ran at the top 8 the whole time. You know, I typically am not the biggest fan of running events, especially a final, at least some part of it, with only 1 game. I think it's such a
Flip a coin.
hard. Huh?
I said flip a coin.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you have someone that's worked all day to make it to first place or second or wherever they may be, and you're giving them 1 game, I mean, in certain formats, you have to give them 1 game. In like a step ladder type situation, you don't typically see a best 2 out of 3 in a step ladder. But brackets are so hard to determine. You know, and in fields like this, and then a lot of other big tournaments, you know, your 8th seed could just have had a bad day, and he could arguably be just as good. He or she could just be as good as the first seed, and first seed's out after doing all the work all day. You know, so they're always best 2 out of 3 for me.
I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I watch a lot of bowling. You know, watching, you know, U.S. Open is a really good comparison in terms of watching certain players dominate a field.
Yep.
And then they don't get the recognition at the end.
Yep.
You know, EJ came through this year, and it was well deserved, but Kyle just as well could have won.
Yep.
You know, but you take the year before, and EJ led the field by, I think it was 500 pins.
And Jacob has done that twice.
And Jacob did it twice. You know, it's back-to-back years, and he didn't. You know, you're always going to get the recognition, but unfortunately, history books don't tell the whole story. You know, they don't say dominated performance by Jacob Butteriff, but unfortunately lost in the final. They say this person won instead. So.
Noel, thanks for that note or that question. Hey, out of trouble there is Troop. Mitch Beasley, Bailey Maverick, Tom Doherty.
Cody Shoemaker on that pair.
And Cody Shoemaker, 31 and 32. RJ Kern, Justin Knowles, Carlos Granados, and David Stouffer.
Yep.
And 33 and 34, they're just in the third frame. So we will maneuver over there as normal. Especially, where was Mr. Stouffer was the number.
He was.
After game 9. And so we'll see if he still is the number, has moved up or down.
He's made a heck of a move from game 4 of last night. We were watching him as the cut man. And then we had the I'd say the blackout of not seeing scores, right? And then we come back and he's 24th. And it wasn't huge either. It was 2-0-2-0 that bumped him 20 plus spots. And then here he is this morning jumping from in the 20s to the top 8.
See Brett Shepard go Brooklyn there, and Brett's still out on the gutter. Went split in the 3rd and 4th, and then crossed over there. And he looks like he's in, that place you don't want to be with 2 games or 1.5 games left.
Yeah.
What you've been doing has been working, and now you get to a pair where, it's either hooking early where you want it to or where you don't want it to. The slight adjustments. I think I was talking to either Jeremy Thomas about this or Tony Preston, and then you make the small move, perhaps like a normal move, right?
Yep.
And then, then you're getting 3 off the right if you make that one board or that 2-and-1 move.
And that's what we were saying earlier. I mean, you can make something that's just a slight move, or you throw the ball the same on one of these pairs, and it's just not the same reaction. And again, for everyone that's watching, I mean, all the lanes were oil fresh this morning. Everyone's bowling on an even condition. They all have variable lane skips. They're not following anyone specifically. So, it's as fair as you can get it.
Mr. Mars. I think Jerry should have a jersey with the planet Mars on it.
Yeah.
Right? It would make sense.
It
right?
would.
Wouldn't he have to put anything else on it? And people would be like, oh, I get it. His last name's Mars. I'm going to pitch that to him, see if he'll go with it. David Stouffer.
It might be awkward if they think it's a different planet.
That's true. Some knowledge of the solar system is necessary.
You just wait for reactions like that. Why have you got a planet on your shirt? Last name's Mars. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I can see that happening a lot.
Yeah.
Matthew actually asked this. Someone had asked that question yesterday. I think Grandpa just made the 2-9 or something wild like that. Anyway, about 300s in the tournament, and the answer is yes, as answered by Gary. Well, I should say not in this tournament at the Bradley official. No, not this year.
No, not this year.
There was a 300 game in the doubles event. Yep. Actually, and there was one in the singles shootout and one in the double shootout, but not the Bradley tournament official with this pattern.
Yeah, no, not this year.
On the lanes. Not this year.
Not this year.
In history, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Like I said, I think we'd figured it out last night. Over the last 12, 15 years of it, there's been maybe 8. And that's including an anomaly in there that I'll keep calling it. That we had four shot in 24 hours. Again, that is just not normal. That year was definitely a glitch, and there's a variety of things that played into that. But prototypically, it's one every other year, maybe one every 3 years. This year, so far, none. Doesn't mean that we can't see one in a roll-off. One year we didn't see one at all, and then I think AJ shot one in a bracket. So not common.
I feel like that was last year.
I don't think it was last year.
No. Maybe it's because he won. Like I feel like he just he struck a lot, which he did.
Oh, he struck a ton last year.
Nice by Matt Staninger. Tom McGill told us yesterday to be on the watch for him. I like his game too.
Yeah.
Intense Robbie. Yeah, Jason is the tournament director here at the Bradley Open. And he's always kind enough to hop in and chat, discuss. Wow, and a Greek church there for Nate Stubler. David, I have not updated scores on the Bowl Stream TV Facebook page, only because I haven't gotten them yet.
Yeah. Robbie, thanks for tuning in and watching. We all appreciate that. I know Emil appreciates it. So, you know, everybody watching, not just new, everyone that's come and watched each year and continues to come back. I know I definitely appreciate it. Emil does. So,
And the sponsors do.
oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, you know, I can't talk enough about them. They've all been super helpful in every way. QubicaAMF, Motiv, Classic, CTD, H5G, 7-Leaf. And then, you know, we actually had a distillery help us out this year, Heaven Hill Products. Were kind enough to this year. They've been looking at possible sponsorship. You know, and this year it was a little late notice with everything going on. That's where I said to myself I fell a little bit short. But they were kind enough to put together a couple of different bottles for us to raffle off where the proceeds went towards the prize fund. And the master distiller signed the bottle. So, you know, we're super happy to have got anything. They were kind enough to work with us. Heaven Hill did great.
Are we talking about you know, bourbon?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, but
I
they've got a lot of different products as well. You
I know it's Kentucky, so I just wanted to.
Yeah, Kentucky definitely associated with bourbon, and they've got a lot of good products in there that they have out. So they brought 3 different bourbons out here. Like I said, they had the master distiller sign it. Mike Hall sat in on the live stream the other day. I know I bring him up randomly. He's the head coach for Midway, and I consider him a close friend. But Jennifer, his wife, works at Heaven Hill, and she was kind enough to work with them to see what they could do for us. So, like I said, I'm appreciative of any sponsorship. I know that the participants are. You know, if we don't have the sponsors donating products to raffle off, whether it's Heaven Hill or Motiv with equipment or what CTD bring to the table and do, you know, all those things make the event happen. You know, we're always proactively looking to work with new sponsors. I talked to a gentleman today that's interested for next year, which is great. And, you know, I think that the different platforms of advertising that this event offers is unique. You know, you could have something simple as put on the entry form or be on any of the social media pages or website, to being on the stream. I mean, Emil, you could speak to the numbers better. I mean, I think there's tens of thousands of hours watched typically. You know, I used to look at it for the minute purposes, but the hours are just easier to look.
Yep.
And, you know, when you get in numbers that high, you know, you can't get better exposure than that. So that's crazy too. I think it's I don't think people realize the amount of countries that chime in and watch on this.
That's always the most fascinating thing to me when you go back and look at analytics. Right. But we've had a few, at least one for sure, but I know 2. One I'm forgetting the name, and one was Ashley, who was watching from Australia.
Yeah.
So, I mean, everyone is watching.
Yeah, I mean, and that's always neat for me. I mean, I love the analytics because I'm a numbers guy. You know, so
I know you'll be giving me that email soon.
Yeah, yes, I will. You know, but
I got you.
Those are useful things for me. I mean, and that's where I go back to sponsorship wise. I mean, I think it does really well for people that are local because you get exposure for the stuff here. There's a lot of local participants, the through traffic, and seeing on the Facebook pages. But then, you know, this goes out globally. You just said that the young lady was watching from Australia,
Yep.
and then I think we had high numbers last year from South Korea and Singapore, and you know, the numbers are just large from all over the place. It's really, really interesting and diverse to see where everybody's chiming in and watching from. So, you know, that's why when I send out anything sponsorship wise, I tell them that we truly have a global audience of people that are watching the stream throughout the weekend and then going back and watching everything that you archive on YouTube for us. So.
The 9th frame was not kind to 35 and 36 so far. 8-10, and then the unfortunate double gutter from Mr. Staniger.
Yeah, that's definitely a tough spot to have it right there.
And where is Mr. Staniger? Just to make sure that he's a little further down in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, but a game like that could have bumped him back up. Carlos is starting well over there on 33 and 34, starting front 5.
All right, so as you can see, I've been adding the most recent standings to the chat as we get down to it.
Cameron's creeping back up there.
It's a big game here for Nate Stubler. He's sitting in 11th at plus 18. Tom Doherty, 12th at plus 8. Kim Bowleby, man, again, this is just the players above him, and he's not shooting big games either. And
Just consistent.
Finds himself now in 13th, but it seems like there's enough score out there that if you're not finding it, you're dropping in the standings at this point.
Yeah.
No, Darren Ting is not here, but you should follow him on or subscribe to his YouTube channel, which you probably already have. Why not that one on the left lane? I know what you're saying, Jerry.
I don't think Darren's ever bowled this event.
Or maybe we can recruit him.
I try to recruit everybody. It's kind of like a.
I know it's difficult to do in season.
Yeah.
PBA season.
No, 100%. You know, and this year's event, like I said, you know, I understand that the PBA play by their own schedule, and I get it. They're a business, and that's what they're doing. For me, I've always tried to advocate the best I can to not run over anyone else's event. You know, unfortunately, this year we had to move the event for a variety of different reasons. And, you know, there's a really good tournament that was running in Pennsylvania this weekend by James Hiles, and, you know, the tournament conflicted. And, you know, we've got some people here that could have or may have attended his event, you know, but I was happy enough to put his flyer on the Facebook page and say, you know, if you can't make it here, then we encourage you to try and attend there. So, yeah, like I said, it's just, I try to recruit everyone I can. You know, sometimes it's just throwing down like blanket challenges and saying, I'd like to see you come and conquer this event. You know, I'd even pitched it to Belmo before. I walked up to him at Bowl Expo and I said I'd like to see the world's best player bowl again on the world's toughest condition. He didn't take me up on my challenge, but it is what it is.
Well, you know, the power of social media. We could make it a thing.
Could
Make it a thing. And that would prompt a lot of people, I'm sure. By the way, Chris, I see you, man, watching in Taiwan.
Appreciate you watching.
What time is it in Taiwan currently? For those who haven't subscribed, please do. Nate Stubler, Oh, okay, Nate. This is go time for a lot of people. Hit that thumbs up too, by the way. And again, over on, oh man, let's take a look really quick at Cody Shoemaker. Cody is the number in 8th place. I did just update the standings on the Bullstream TV Facebook page too. He's the number at plus 51.
That's a big shot there.
And that strike in the 9th can now put him in position with a double in the 10th to get into the 250s.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure where's Bailey Maverick at in the standings.
He was further down.
Yeah,
but
he's down some, but I mean, he's on for 260 plus right there as well, and that'll make a move.
yeah, you just don't know. Good shot there by Higgy. That was one he needed to try to give himself a chance with 1 game to go. Brett has rebounded with a double. Oof.
That's a huge shot.
But that was Brett went to Bellarmine, right? I'm not making that up.
I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not sure.
Let's look it up. I feel like when the program was just beginning. I know I'm not making it. Right? Where's Daniel? I know he knows. Let me get you Cody Shoemaker here. This is his first shot, 10th frame. Oof,
Out of trouble.
that was important. Back to Shepard. Oh, hook, hook, hook. Oh, it hooked. He blows off the middle and his ring finger. Just puts him away. Shooter McGavin like.
I'm gonna step out just for a second.
Okay. What a nice run or a nice finish for Brett Shepard. I mean, that was like a Mariano Rivera type saving right there. Tom Doherty, he can only strike out for 163. Stubler, big opportunity himself. Big shot, 4 in a row now for Stubler. Shoemaker did make his spare, so he took a little time. Dan Higgins got to 221 though. Might be too little too late potentially. We'll find out. Troop. Wow. Here's Cody. Nice game. 238. One game to go. This is for a chance to get into the 240s. Count will certainly depend on that, but first things first. It's all right. Bailey Maverick, as you can see, the 6th spare in the 9th. Mitch Beasley with 2:36 left. I think at this point, again, with 40 players in the field, some really good players in the field, and then you can just tell the way they've broken them down tonight, or this morning, I should say, they've developed for some into something very significant, and many are taking advantage of it. Thank you, Vincennes. Why does Bellarmine stick out for me, though? That was a nice spare to the right. It's probably just outside of camera view, but Brandon Coombs made the 5-10. Now, VU wasn't a 4-year. Or no, maybe they moved it to a 4-year and I'm just forgetting that. Well, it's going to be, let's see, where was Bailey Maverick? Yep, I mean, 244 to that standpoint. Well, he'll be minus 77 if he strikes. But he'd still have a ways to go to try to get to 8. I don't think I've seen anyone still get to 270 today. We've had a couple of 250s. I don't think 260 has been on the board this morning. So it might be Joe Grondin's 257. I believe is the high game of the day across the field. Carlos Granados. That's this group now into the, now complete with a 9th and headed to the 10th. Darlene, yes, there are pros in this field. Graham Fa, Kyle Troop, Joe Grondin, Matt Zweig, Nate Stubler's now out there. Tom Doherty, Kim Bolaby, Jalen Mosley. And these are just the ones that I know personally. Brianna Klimmer, Zach Tackett, Bailey Maverick, Justin Knowles, Benji Martinez. Those are the ones that I know. Justin, that's a great question. Vu did not advance to the top 40 today. Or I should say last night. He did not advance. He was the cut number at the in the Desperado squad to get to the advancers round last night. Little bit of a break.
That's gonna make me a nervous wreck.
No, it ain't.
Can I just listen?
Emil will get you to talk.
All right, we've got Taylor Petrie in the booth, current player from Midway University, right?
Yes.
First of all, what are you doing this week? Like, how are you helping the tournament?
I actually bartend here.
Okay, so you
Yep.
work at the bowling center.
Yes.
How's that going? How's it been?
It's actually been really fun. You know, I'm in nursing school. I wanted a break. I graduate in May. I wanted something different to do. And Jason is my head coach, obviously. He needed some help, so I offered, and it's been super fun. Something different to get into before I'm a nurse for the rest of my life.
Why nursing? Like, what's been the driving force behind wanting to be a nurse, you think?
You know, I started my journey, and I wanted to be an EMT. And I love the work that they do, but if you want me to be honest, I think that they're underappreciated, don't get paid enough. So then I started looking at other options, and medical school is too big of a dedication for me. So nursing school, I thought would be a little step down from that. Obviously, it's still been a pretty hard road. The school is pretty tough, but it's definitely been worth it, that's for sure. I'm excited.
How much of the tournament have you had a chance to actually watch?
You know, every chance I get, I try to mosey my way out here. Maybe I've seen a total of 5 or 6 frames. I have the stream pulled up back there.
Oh, good.
Watching it as I can. But we've been busy back there as well. So.
I think so. Yesterday seemed very busy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Things are getting a little more serious now. People are starting to hone down and focus up.
Yeah, this is it. This is the once this final shot from Carlos is complete, then it is officially game 6 across the building. And one more game for a couple of players to try to make a run into this field of 8 specifically, to make match play and into the finals. All right, now to 6. And let's see, Jalen Mosley's off and running over there with Keith Schooler, Cam Crow. That'll be an important one to keep an eye on with Cam. And then over here, Biondo, Bolaby, Parker Spencer. JT Trapetsky. Matt Zweig is in the, yes, he was in the number. Soft by 15 pins before the end of game 5. So this should be very intriguing for him. Cam Crow, J.R. Raymond, I think, still has enough of a look to, with a big game, could make a run. Do you see yourself bowling Bradley at some point in your...
Well, you know, with working here, I knew it was coming up, and I had the opportunity to, and I think I was just a little bit overwhelmed, to be honest. But after being here and watching it and seeing the difficulty of the pattern, it makes me want to be out there. Obviously, I think a lot of this is spare shooting, which I think college bowling has helped me learn and become better at, I guess. So
yeah, don't stop learning that. Just that's my tip.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the biggest misconceptions from my personal experience from high school to college and or from league bowlers to these bigger tournaments is they all want to get out here and strike. Striking is their main goal, and to win tournaments like this, that is not necessarily what you have to do to win. And I think that's a learning curve for a lot of people. But yeah, I definitely I'm interested to get out there next year and maybe give it a run.
I am joining me right now is Taylor Petrie. She is what year?
I'm a senior this year.
A senior at Midway University, and Jason Utchwall, who is the tournament director, is the women's coach at Midway. Mike Hall is the men's coach. Both of those teams made the top 8 at the Hoosier Classic, which would be probably college bowling's version of the Bradley.
Yes.
In that sense of the difficulties of it. So no easy feat to make the top 8 there. And both of those teams did it. And now she gets to hang out here for a few frames. She's been here all weekend. Well, she works at the bowling center. That's first and foremost.
Yes.
That means, do you live locally? Do you make that commute from school to?
I do make the
okay.
commute. I do. But it's not too bad. It's all interstate. Maybe an hour or so of a drive, so not too far.
As soon as we get the most recent or updated standings, oh, that's a good break there by Sam. We will. I'll immediately type those. First, I'll just read them off so you know what's happening. Type them up in the chat, and then get those posted to the Boldstream TV Facebook page. Good morning, Patrick. Pat, where are you? Did you go home for a week, Pat? Are you at the regional? What's happening? Where you at, Pat? Edison, thank you for letting me know that Cody was a pro. I did not know that, so thank you for that info. Do you have any faves in the field this week?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it faves. I think after this morning, Cam Crow had that slow start from the beginning. So I've been rooting for him all day, hoping to see him make a climb back up to the top.
Well, it's a climb that's nearly complete. He was ninth. He dropped to 10th. We'll see where he is after we get that latest standings. Let's take a look over there. In fact, after Rick McCormick's shot. So players in the top, let's say 5 at the moment. Again, after 10 games. Mitch Beasley's over to our right. Cody Shoemaker, I should say in the top 8. Cody Shoemaker is over on 39 and 40. You can see him. Kim Bowleby nearly made a washout, and it looks like Kim's run may come to an end. Kyle Troop. He is down, what's that, 25 and 26, I think, along with Nate Stubler. So we'll have to keep an eye out for those scores. Brett Shepard. That means he's down there as well because he's crossing with that group. That's an interesting pair down there. So Shepard, Troop, Nate Stubler, all either in or out at the moment, but not by much in both ways. Here's Cam about to step up. He's got early double, 9 spare. I want to know more about Midway.
Okay.
When did Midway, well, I know it's about 5 to 6 years old as far as the program is concerned, but what ended up or made you end up going to Midway and then, of course, bowling on the team?
Oh, well, going back to senior year of high school, I feel like anybody who's listening and has bowled collegiately knows how overwhelming of a time that is. You talk to all these different coaches and you go look at all these different campuses and you're told you can only pick one of them. And it almost, feels like you're dedicating your life away. I mean, it's a big decision, and a decision to be happy and make sure that they've got the path you want. So I toured a few different schools, and Midway was actually the very last one that I toured. We had another coach at the time, and she had reached out to me saying that they were starting a program the upcoming year, and asked me if I wanted to be a part of it. So I went up there and I looked at the campus. It's a super small school, surrounded by nothing but horse fields, to be quite frank. But you're also only about 20 minutes away from Lexington, so I really liked the location of it. I liked how it wasn't a big city, but I was still close enough to Lexington, if I ever wanted to get out and do anything, I could. They have a great nursing program. They're very, very well known. So yeah, I mean, everything just seemed to fit pretty perfect. And then I met Mike Hall as well, and he was not the women's coach, but he's definitely a personality that I don't even know how to describe it, but him and I clicked really well from the start. So yeah, I mean, it's been a journey since. So I was on the very first Midway team. That was the year that the program started. And I guess we could say that it's definitely been growth since then. I've seen it all. You know, I was talking to Jason the other day. We were talking about how Midway went and competed at the Hoosier last week, and we were looking at standings from last year, and the women's team went from 56th place last year to a top 8 finish. And, you know, the 56th place, I wouldn't even say was just a bad weekend. You know, we just didn't really mesh like we do now. We got some great recruits coming this year, and we also got Jason. This is his first year as the coach, and everything just came together. It's been a great year, a super great year. It's been awesome to, you know, be part of the growth of the program and watch it start from, quite frankly, rock bottom and build its way up to be pretty successful as it is now.
That's got to be pretty, I would say, pretty prideful for you, right?
Oh, yeah.
And it's hard to be the first of anything, typically.
Yeah, it definitely was. It was a different interpretation. You know, I struggled there for a while. Everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to be part of a winning program. And in college bowling, it's hard to be a new program and win at the same time. I'm not saying it's impossible, but with the recruiting and stuff, it's pretty difficult. And I struggled with that for a while, but, you know, then we got all these different recruits in, and all it takes is one good recruit, too, I've noticed. You get one name on your team, and you make one good finish at a tournament, and then you get your name out there, and they start showing up. I mean, it's been awesome. We've got people on the team from North Dakota now, from Utah.
Wow.
New York, all over the place, Florida. Little Midway.
Bowlby strikes off camera on 37 and 38, but you're watching it again. Matt Zweig, again, waiting on the standings. When I get them, I'll be the first to know. Keith Schooler. Let's see, where was Keith after 10 games? Oh, man, Keith had dropped out. He was in the number. And it went 179, 183, 157, 204. So he has dropped out. It could be, I think Graham Faw is going to be in. In fact, he's in. Mitch Beasley, he's in. I think Kyle True's going to be just fine. I think Joe Grondin has proved he did what he had to do. He's going to be in. Then we get into David Stouffer and Brett Shepard tied at plus 70. Again, this was after 10 games. Matt Zweig was plus 66, and with Cody Shoemaker being the number at minus 50 or plus 51. Again, this is after 10 games and not 11. Yes, you did cloud Joe Scott. I think the question will be if Joe Grondin, who he shot 180 in game 1, then went 243, 257, 215. If he can get by the first round match, if he stays in, based on the look that he's developed for himself and figured out here, you know, he might find himself in the championship match the way it's been going today.
Yeah.
Then there's Jerry Mars, Cam Crow, and Nate Stubler, all within, well, and there you have it. Okay, let's read it off right now. Graham Faw plus 155. This is the most recent after 11. Mitch Beasley plus 130. Kyle Troop is third at plus 99. Cody Shoemaker is fourth at plus 89. Joe Grondin is fifth at plus 88. David Stouffer is sixth at plus 62. There's a tie for sixth between Stouffer and Zweig. Brett Shepard is now eighth at plus 61. And Nate Stubler, who is bowling on the same pair as Brett Shepard, is ninth at plus 47. Jerry Mars is, where's Jerry Mars now? I don't know what pair Jerry moved to, but I'll find him. But he's 10th at plus 45. And Cam Crow is 11th at plus 3. And we've been watching Cam Cam's going to need, I'm thinking he's going to need, doesn't have a lot of frames left. He's at +3. He might need them all to be safe, and that actually wouldn't even be safe at that point. And that's not to mention anybody else who kind of might sneak in there with a game of 250, 260 or better. All right, so let me type those in. Man, what do you think about these standings here, Taylor?
They have honestly, they've caught me by surprise. I thought with a tournament of this caliber that maybe there would be a certain population of people that kind of take off and run with it, and it has not been the case, that's for sure. I think everybody has had their ups and downs throughout the tournament, and scores are close. It's anybody could really make their way into the cut at this point.
And of course, the thing to remember is these pins will not matter after this game, because they go into, of course, the match play portion, and it will be best of 3. But you're just trying to get to a spot, trying to get a spot in the tournament at that point, because it's a new tournament.
Yeah, and that's what I've been saying the last few days about the format. I really like how, you know, each cut is a new tournament. You know, it doesn't matter if you're first or you're last. You know, that last standing man. You know, he's still got hope going into the next day. Yeah, I think the format of the Bradley is super cool.
All right, if you got any questions on that, I'm about to post them on the Bowl TV Facebook page, and I will be typing them shortly. Actually, no, is that the right one? It is. So +61 right now is the number, and that is Brett Shepard. And Shepard and Stubler. Stubler is +47. So 14 pins back is Nate Stubler, and he's watching essentially his opponent at this point bowl with him. Graham Fa might be your #1 seed if he is to hold on to the lead. But again, you're just trying to get into the top 8 by any means necessary. So based on what you see here at Taylor, who do you think might have and I know you haven't watched it yet, right? So, but just looking at it, and if you were bowling, right? If you were bowling with someone who you were 14 pins behind to get to the 8th spot, like, what do you think how would you handle, like, mindset, nerves? Would you be someone who likes to watch the scores? Like, are you that kind of player?
I am definitely that kind of player, 100%. I've always been like that. I've had coaches in the past in match play or tournaments of different formats where you have to worry about the other people. You know, they've always told me, you know, don't look at the other scores. Don't worry about it. You bowl your game. Which, you know, everybody's different, and some people handle it a little differently and would rather just do their best and not know. But I've always felt like the pressure definitely makes me do a little better, makes me focus up more.
Don't forget about the tie between David Stouffer and Matt Zweig, only because you just never know how that might come into play. If there's a tie for the 8th spot, it's going to be a 1-game roll-off.
And I just noticed too that looks like there's a 1 pin difference between 8th place and the tie for 6 and 7. One game roll off, Chris.
Now, that means if there's a tie for the 8th spot, if anyone else ties, like if the tie for 6 remains, there's no need for a roll-off because it's not going to affect the amount of people that would make. Now, for the seed purpose, you know, if like, let's say it was a higher seed, someone tied for 3rd, then they may go to like maybe high game or high block or something to break that tie, just so they will have the proper seed. And of course, lane choice is always important in a bracket match play situation. Cam figuring it out, taking his breaks. He still has life, but he essentially needs them all, and that's not even to guarantee a spot. It's just to get him closer. Jerry Mars is the other player. That's who I said. We need to find Jerry Mars. Where is Jerry? Jerry's bowling with Dan, Chad, Matt. Oh, they're done. Okay. So Jerry Mars is done. Let's see if I can catch his score real quick. I think he was letter A. What's that, 1 in 80-ish?
What'd you shoot?
184 for Jerry Mars. All right, big shot coming up here for Cam. Again, Jerry Mars, 184. He was plus 45 in 11th. Again, Cam Crow. Reset himself right there on the approach at plus 3 in 11th. Must strike here. Got some extra lofts. Oh! 10 pin goes late. And Cam Crow still with life as we head toward the 10th frame, Taylor. This is where sometimes I even get nervous. I feel like people are like, oh, you know, your job's so cool, which it is. But sometimes it's even tense. Like, it's tense out there, but we can feel it back here too.
Oh, yeah.
And then I start thinking about, again, there's the player part still comes into play. Like, how would you be feeling right now if this was you bowling?
I think if I was in the top 10 field, this is definitely the portion where the nerves would get to me. You know, they always say that every pin matters, but quite frankly, every pin might matter in this circumstance. Only, let's see, plus 47 to plus 61 is the difference between 8th and 9th place right now.
Tom Doherty can get into the 250s, but that would only get him to plus 8. I mean, he just threw the first one in the 10th frame. Joe Grondin has, again, done nothing except just continue to strike and be very good throughout this entire block. Still got to keep an eye on the Stugler and Shepard situation. Matt Zweig is not out of the question as well. He's in 7th. We'll get you back to him because he's going to throw some clutch shots, or at least attempt to, in these late frames. But first, it's Crow. Get up there. Oh, it got up the hill. 5 in a row. Cam has been, from an emotional perspective, he's been kind of even keel as of late. He tossed a big 250 game in game 9, and then I feel like either he wasn't feeling right, something was off, and he was looked like he was favoring something, maybe a knee or something like that. But from that moment, he was just kind of like, all right, let me just relax. It seemed like. There's Brianna Clemmer. Real quickly, to see a player like Brianna Clemmer, and the only woman to make the top 40, she wasn't the only woman who bowled, but she makes the top 40. How does that make you feel?
I love it. I mean, not the fact that she was the only one, but even seeing her out there, I feel like that's another reason I was slightly intimidated. I have always felt like it's hard for a woman to compete sometimes in men's tournaments
Absolutely.
when we're outnumbered. But she has also proved, too, that it is not impossible by any means.
And shout out to Justine Vukovic. I did see your note, Justine. Appreciate you, and thank you for bowling this week, and along with Brianna Andrew. So Cam now with the back 6. Again, count will be very important here. Now, what Cam has been doing has been just taking his urethane, which is his spare ball, and on fill shots, he's just kind of been tossing at the head pin to, you know, essentially alleviate the possibility of getting 3 off the left, gutter, etc. So I'm very interested to see how he will approach this fill shot, because you'd like to get 10 here. And 10 he got. Wow. 252
Great
for
finish.
Cameron Crow. That's going to put him at plus 55. And now he's going to need some help. I don't know if anyone is going to be willing to give it to him. All right, so Cam in the books. Let's go over to, we can't get down to 25 and 26, but let's get you to Matt Zweig. So here is Zweig. There's Taylor Petrie's name, so you know. This is Zweig on a double. Right now in 7th place at plus 62. Essentially at this point, Cam needs one player to fall out of the top 8 to have a chance. It also depends on what Nate Stubler is going to do. Again, Brett Shepard is the number at plus 61. David Stouffer is down on the, what's that, 41 and 42. He's in the 9th frame. Here's Zweig. And he leaves a 10 pin. And he does not have a lot of frames to work with at all. Still in good shape, though. I mean, right now the goal is to just be, have a score more than plus 55. Someone there has got 9 spare, 6-bagger. Who the heck is that player? Let's see, Stouffer. Looks like it's Carlos Granados. Man, he has really figured it out. A little bit too late, of course, but watching him just kind of grind and figure out what might work and what might not. Looks like Brett and Nate might be done. Perhaps. Yeah, they're kind of looking like they might be done. This is interesting. I mean, essentially all Matt Zweig has to do is, you know, if nothing else, he could remain at plus 62 and probably be good. Taylor, can I ask a favor of you?
Yeah.
Is it possible for you to go down and check the scores for Brett Shepard and Nate Stubler?
Yeah.
I appreciate it. We're going to ask Taylor to help us. Cam doesn't make this top 8, he's going to kick himself, certainly, for missing 2 frames this morning. All right, so Zweig again. If he just fills 20 or at least marks in the 10th, he's going to be in the 2-0s, and that's going to be just fine. It should be anyway. Yeah, let's see. If he goes 9 out, just thinking of scenarios here, he would only lose 4 pins, and that would still be enough to be in front of Cam Crow. So Zweig, yeah, he's got a couple pins, but he's got to be careful.
224, 237.
Oh, wow. So Brett Shepard shot 224. And Nate Stubler shot 237. So I don't think it's going to matter at the end, because those 2 players kind of did what they had to do in the Cam Crow situation. Zweig can't believe what just happened. And so, again, Shepard with 224. So he's going to end up at plus 85. And Nate Stubler. So now it might be a situation where Stubler may go around Zweig. At Nate's at plus 84. So it's going to be up to, and I missed David Stouffer's final frames over there. With the knowledge now, knowing that Stubler and Shepard have done what they've done, that completely changed the outlook for Zweig and what he needed to do. He would have been good to stay in front of Cam Crow. He would have needed a double. Wow. Yeah, Cam will fall short without a doubt. The only other person who could have affected things was David Stouffer. That's a man. Well, you feel. How can I find David Stouffer's name? The cut announcement will be forthcoming. All right, so he was letter A, and I think he shot 213. So Stouffer was 6th, 213. Zweig finishes with 207. Joe Rondon, he's going to be in. No one else seemed like they were really in any trouble just by looking at people and trying to listen in. talk is that Mad Zweig needed a double. And now I'm just wondering who may have fallen back enough to where that double would have been necessary. The Zweig finishes with plus 69. Brett Shepard got to plus 85. Stubler got to plus 84. So again, Stubler would be in. Obviously, Zweig would be out. But even if Nate had, hold on one second.
Answer my question. I was going to ask, what's the stream so I can share it? YouTube. It's on stream through YouTube? Is it up now so I can just like get a link? Yes. Okay.
Well, Cody's standing right here. I feel like he knew what was happening. Where did you shoot?
I shot 220 the last game to get to 109.
All right,
Graham's
so
first, Grondin's third. The numbers Dave Stouffer at plus 75.
plus 75. Who was that?
Dave
Stouffer.
Yeah. He shot 213. Joey shot 240 to get in. Yeah, Grondin shot 240.
All right, Nate shot 237.
Yeah.
And then Brett shot 224.
All right, guys, as we're waiting on final results,
Okay.
We'll be looking to start the top 8 bracket by around 2 o'clock.
Did Stubler go around him?
If anyone needs
I was told Nate shot 237. I would put him at plus 84, yeah.
So wait, what did he get? 84?
Brett Shepard, he got to 85. Stubler at 84. If what I was told is correct.
Like I said, we're looking to start at
Troop
2 o'clock for the
was-
top 8.
I don't know what Kyle shot.
He is either 86 or 76. I think he's 86.
Oh, okay. Oh,
That's what he said. No, he's 78. Sorry, 78. So whatever he
Ooh.
shot, that is. That's what it is. He was 3 pins ahead of Stouffer.
okay. So he's 7th. So it looks like Kyle Troop's going to be 7th. Stouffer might be 8.
Yep.
And then
Graham is
it's
still gonna be 1. He shot 200. Mitch shot 150. He shot 156 to go to 86 over.
ooh, that's a log jam in the 80s now.
Yes. Yes, sir.
This seeding for lane choice might really come down to it.
Might.
Well, it got really intriguing, folks, as you saw. But so we'll hang tight. I just got the official word, by the way, that the bracket finals will begin at approximately 2 p.m. Eastern time, and I've made that adjustment onto that event already. It's been scheduled, so if you want to go ahead and grab that link and share it out, you can. We will begin at 2 p.m. Eastern time, but don't go anywhere. They're going to confirm this top 8. Nate Stubler has run the number down. And since game 1, Stubler went 204, 214, 213, 229, 237. Wow. That's huge by Stubler. His first game was 180. The up and down Yes. Yes, it's on. Yeah, just wait a few minutes.
I'm glad I was close.
You made it happen.
90 over 5. Just 90 under for me.
Growing pains.
I did everything right yesterday too. I went to bed. I was like, it's gonna be a good day. Boy, God woke me up. That's how I knew. Cause my alarm was on. And I'm like, all right, we good. Alarm never went off. it was like, you know how you like sometimes, I guess when I was like on the phone or something, my ringer, I must just like put it down or something like that, and it was going off when I like woke up. Like I saw like alarm going off, but like no sound. It's 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Want to talk about it?
I'm good now. I'm good now. I was mad like on the way here, but you can't do nothing about it now. You can't, reflect on the past.
Right.
It's growing pains, I guess. It's just the fact that I, gave myself a chance at least through the last 7 when I thought I needed it. So
I mean, on paper you did. You just didn't know what else was happening.
7 good shots on. Needed a hit. Got him all. So can't do much about that.
I've been there.
Things you learn about it, you live and learn. Next big tournament, or I don't know. Get a new phone. I don't know what to do.
Did the alarm not go off?
Listening to Cam, I've been where the alarm did not go off.
It didn't help that one.
We've probably all been there at one point or another in life.
That's not the alarm. That's just
You did.
being stupid.
You did. You're right.
Yeah.
Daniel, how'd it go for you?
Oof. Struggle. Played the wrong area of the lane for 3 games, and then got in the right area of the lane for the last 3. Kind of makes me wonder what the heck I was doing for the first 9 games. But
How'd you finish up?
right around minus 100, so probably 21st, 22nd.
21st, 22nd?
Yeah, because I was
21st, 22nd?
yeah, because I was 24th going into that game and shot a $197, $198. So
When do scores take like a big hit? Because 10 spots up is like plus.
we were all condensed in like the 20 to 40 range. I mean,
Really?
I shot 220 game 5 today, and that jumped me from 34 to 24. So we were all pretty condensed.
Should be a check. It feels like no matter what I bowl now, whether it's in college or it's in a pro tournament or one of these, like I'm always like 15 to 20 out at all times, no matter what I do. Like the open, I bowl really good. I took like 26 and missed by 20. Then college, there's been 6 tournaments this year where I've been 6th or 7th.
Right outside ATT.
Right outside of it, every time. It's just like I'm going good. It's just I don't string them like I used to. But I mean,
Why
I'm not
not?
gonna complain.
Don't know.
Let me tell you. When I don't have it though, I still snag a check now.
Okay,
which is
then
really good.
that's there you go.
Yeah, when
That's
I
the
don't have
important
it,
part.
I snag a check still. But when I do have it, I don't like lap anybody. You know what I mean?
Right.
Kinda sucks. But like I don't know which one I'd rather have. To be honest with you.
Well, I mean, once you gain the ability to catch checks when you're throwing it bad, you don't lose that ability. And then the part about stringing strikes, that's an ebb and a flow thing. It's those things come in waves. So
I need that to start soon.
you'll get back on it. There's no doubt about that. It just takes one time, just one event where you just lap the field and then you get that swagger back.
Dog ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Need to.
Exactly.
Hopefully soon. Nationals coming up, so hopefully soon.
Yeah, we got our trip in a month. Oh, yeah, it is for y'all, yeah. Where y'all going for sectionals?
Yeah, Smyrna.
Smyrna, okay.
We got what we wanted, so let's hope. We thought we were gonna go to Dallas, but then we realized Calumet is east of us and below us, so they're gonna make them go to Dallas. So.
Okay.
Ooh, that was so slow.
Get this check and go to Roosters, get some food. And then go home.
I got a 7-hour drive ahead of me.
If I was going home from here, I'd have about a 7-minute drive.
Must be nice. Must be nice.
Again, folks, just waiting on the top 8.
I travel enough. I earned these local tournaments every now and then.
I wish there was a big tournament in Illinois. I need something new so I can just stay at the crib or something.
There's not much up there anymore. I mean, the Boot Hill went for a while, but that was.
That's in November.
Is it?
Yeah,
Well, it used to be bigger than it is now.
Yeah, I heard.
It used to be.
Again, that's the only thing. We're just waiting on the cut to the top 8.
Yeah, that's too hard for me.
The official number, I should say, and the seeding.
I know they are. I know.
But talking to Cody Shoemaker, Graham Foss should be number 1.
Stuff out to the car.
There was talks about mid shooting 150 and being at around plus 86. Kyle Troop apparently would be 7th. He ended up at plus 76.
We're headed out.
Hold on 1 second.
And you've been sitting there looking like you're cold. I want to give you a prototype for my NFL collection.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
There.
I appreciate it. You got the right colors, too.
You have a safe trip home. Let Daniel know you made it home.
I will. You got my number. You can text it. But yeah, she's gotten into messing with scarves, so she figured the Bears colors would be just about right. So nothing in our house. So you're good and you get on the road. I don't know how long. Yeah, by the time you get home, it's late.
Yeah. I was hoping, yeah.
You know what? If you need to hang another drink.
No, I'll be home. I appreciate it.
Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, Eve. Well, good to see you as always, sir.
Thanks, Doc. I appreciate it.
You bet.
All right, still waiting. Yep, so the Zweig 10th frame, as y'all mentioned, ended up being needing a double to move around or stay in front. I'm sorry, move around David Stouffer, who ended up shooting 213. 2 p.m. is going to be the official start time, which is what was recently announced for the finals. 2 p.m. Eastern time. Finals. But Adam, you know, just ask him to put the put Bullstream TV up on in league. That would be dope if they did it. And of course, obviously, it will be archived, so you'll be good in that area too. And of course, why man, he wrapped a mean 10-pin. It got really interesting, but that's what you would expect in that tournament. I don't even know these matchups, because of the way things went down. I think are the seeds actually really might play a role. Like, you know, someone finishing on their preferred lane really might make the difference, because this field is going to be really great, as it always is. Graham Fobb, Mitch Beasley, Kyle Troop, Cody Shoemaker, Joseph Grondin. Is everyone going to be playing the gutter? I think that's another question. Right out of the gates. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Adon. I think yesterday I said Aiden. That actually might be that's a name that may have tripped me up the most. I'm still assuming that they're going to announce this number. I feel like I should double check this now. Because everyone here knows it's 75. I'm going to make sure that they're actually going to make an announcement just to confirm it. If not, and they know the number and everyone else knows it, then I'll tell you that. All right, so they are going to make the announcement just to make it official. But the number is plus 75. They are currently re-oiling right now. My man Joey. JT, Jeremy Thomas said a lot of really good stuff about Joey. Times he gets here, make sure the machines, lanes, worked on, cleaned, stripped, etc. Last year, he actually called his wife, who works with Comcast. At least this was last year. I'm not sure if she still does. And they had just put in a new modem in the back specifically for the tournament internet. And he called her to, help me walk through it. And, yeah, we got it all working. So I appreciated him for that and appreciate what he does here. Not only just for the tournament, but for Executive Strike and Spare. If you are just joining us, again, we're just waiting for the announcement to the cut to the top 8, the official one. Match play. There will be 4 matches to start. We will have, or be able to access 2 of those. Ours will be on 31, 32, and 39 and 40. And then essentially we just keep moving inward. We'll have semifinals on 33 and 34 and 37 and 38. And then the championship on 35 and 36. I did talk to Cam too. He set the alarm, did everything that you would normally do to make sure you're where you need to be at the right time. And he woke up and the alarm was going off. Thankfully, he woke up at 9. And because he could have missed way more. He only missed 2 frames, which ultimately was the difference at the end of the day. But he mentioned, as he said, growing pains. It wasn't anything that, he was doing. Talk to my man Daniel Farish. Farish entered this thing in 39th, and it sounds like he's going to settle in somewhere between 20 and 25th place. So, he improved 15 to 20 spots. So that's a higher check, of course. Well, folks, I'm going to be honest with you. Everyone is it's pretty certain, at least the players, on what and who will be in. The number was plus 75. Ends up being David Stouffer. So it should be Graham Fa, Mitch Beasley, Kyle Troop, Cody Shoemaker, Joe Grondin, David Stouffer, Brett Shepard, and Nate Stubler. With Stubler entering the top 8 and Matt Zweig exiting. And those are people who I'm talking about, folks who were outside of the number going into that game, which was Nate Stubler. But I don't want to keep you, and I want to make sure I'm prepared for 39 and 40 and 31 and 32 as well. So I'm going to give it a couple more minutes, and then I might sign off for a little bit. Ben Grimm, that's a really interesting story. I hope it's true, honestly, because that's, you know, you don't want to go throwing that out there. But if so, that is I don't know that individual, but man, wow. Hey, thanks, Joey. The tournament's not over. Don't forget. The finals are coming up next. Okay, I do have the final in front of me. And again, Grand 5 will be the #1 seed. I'll give you that link too, by the way. That's the link to the actual finals event. Just so if you need it to have it, you can go ahead and pull it up in another tab right now. So it'll be Graham Fa, your #1 seed. He will face David Stouffer, last year's runner-up. That'll be the 1 versus 8. Joe Grondin moves all the way to the 2 seed today after just blitzing the field. Grondin will face Kyle Troop. That's a big matchup there. Cody Shoemaker moves into the #3 seed. Nate Stubler moves into the 6th seed. So Shoemaker versus Stubler. Mitch Beasley is the 4 seed. Brett Shepard will be 5th. It'll be Beasley versus Shepard in your 4 versus 5 matchup. Semifinals, or round of 8 first, 2 semifinals, and then the championship on 35 and 36. I will post this again on the Boldstream TV Facebook page. And as mentioned, Matt Zweig will finish 9th, just outside the number, at +69. Stouffer's +75 gets in, and of course Cam Crow at +55. As we discussed, what a tournament! Almost over. We've got one more round, just like Rocky. One more round. One more round. Appreciate all you guys. Thanks to Jason, and pleasure to meet Taylor Petrie from Midway University. She joined us today as well. We will see you in a little under 45 minutes. At 2 p.m. is when we will get started. I'm going to go get set up, get a quick snack, and then we'll be back at it. We're going to crown a champion. $12,500 to the winner here this afternoon. Until then, you guys be safe. I'll see you in a bit. You take care. You grab some snacks also. This has been a presentation of the Bradley Open. You watch the captures round right here on Boldstream TV.